Hello farmers, and welcome back to Riverview on Farming Simulator 25, and the woodpecker was saying hello to you as well. Hopefully everyone's having a good Tuesday so far. And yeah, welcome back to Riverview, where yesterday we started on this map and we got the farm kind of up and running for a little bit. We got a couple of fields, and yeah, we're doing okay, I guess. Spent our $2 million pretty darn quick that we had. Yeah, we started off with $2 million and a $2 million loan, and we're down to, well, $55,000 we'll call it. But I did do those 3 contracts that I took on the end of last stream. I did 3 cultivating contracts last night while I was checking out some things. So let's go ahead and collect on those. So we got $11,045 for that cultivating contract. Thank you very much. $6,066 for that one. And then $5,007 for that one. It allowed me to kind of go around and also kind of look for collectibles, because I did some research. On the mod hub, the map says there are 25 collectibles. At least that's what the map description says. And some people said on some reviews, collectibles are on the map. So I don't know if they're just saying they are on the map because the mod hub says they are. But then I saw a lot of people with short videos saying they couldn't find collectibles at all. So I don't think there's any collectibles on the map. I did do some looking while the cultivating contracts were going on. Could not find any myself. Once again, like I said, happy Tuesday to one and all. Hopefully everyone's Tuesday is going well. Hello Shane, Miles, Formidable Tin Man, Joe, Panther Killer. Hope everyone's doing well. Been wondering something for quite a while. Why are streamers always late to their own stream? That's an honest question, not trying to be a smarty pants. So the answer to that is pretty simple. Unlike a regular video, not a live stream, of course you can tune in at any time and start the video from the beginning and watch it to the end, pause it, whatever, and you're not really missing anything. For live streams, streamers try to give like 5 minutes roughly for people to click on the live stream so they can come on in, and that way they're here right from the beginning. So that's why most streamers in the first 5 minutes, 10 minutes, same thing on Twitch, they'll have an intro, or it just allows people to get on into the live stream so they're not really missing anything. Because if people want to watch it live but they don't want to miss anything, if you're late, then you have to start from the beginning of the stream, but then you're not watching it live. So it just gives people a few minutes to dive on in. You got several collectibles. They're in the woodshed. On Riverview? On Riverview. We're just not Riverbend Springs. This is Riverview. Yeah, so anyways, we got those collectibles. We got those contracts collected on. So yeah, last episode we harvested this field. Well, didn't harvest. This was potatoes. And we got our barley into here. We got our wheat into there. And we put down some greenhouses down over here where we're, of course, making lettuce. And I'm thinking next spring, if I don't do anything else adding to this field here, I'll probably prepare it and we'll plant some oats into it. So, yeah, I think oats next spring, if it's still here. Like I said, we could be adding some more stuff to it as we move on. There's our tractors. We got the JCB Fast Track, and we got ourselves the McCormick. We bought ourselves a hoe. There's Sam. Yes, Sam came along with us. Bridle spreader for lime. We got ourselves the spreader for artificial fertilizer. We got ourselves the Bednar direct drill seeder. Of course, we got ourselves a trailer. We got ourselves a baler, which was on sale. And, of course, we got the black sheep bonding plow. So, in case you missed yesterday, I got you pretty much caught up of what we going on here. So, let's go on up. And I think, because I was looking at what contracts I could do in the rest of September, and there's really nothing here in September. There are some mowing contracts, but I don't feel like doing mowing contracts. So we're going to go ahead and go to bed. Yep, that woodpecker is constantly having some fun around here. So I did go and create a test map last night and had to look at the next property I want to buy, which is $440,000. to do that. And yeah, so some interesting things going on there. Let's see, we're starting the morning with some rain. Well, rain is there. What's on the sale page? Well, we got a cultivator. We got the Deutz AgroStar for $37,000. That's not bad. Almost 60% off, and it's only got 15 hours on it. Do I want a third tractor? In a way, yes. Definitely have to think about that. Should have no weeds in this field, but I'm going to have weeds in the other field because that field was not plowed. How long is the rain going to be here for? Don't really want to be doing this in the rain. All right, we'll fast forward time a bit. Hopefully at 9 o'clock the rain will go. And then also we'll look at some contracts that could be going on in the meantime. All right, so rain technically has stopped, but there's more rain in the forecast. What is available for contracts today? There's a $10,000 cultivating contract, which is not too bad. Ooh, a $20,000 harvesting contract, but of course it's on veggies, rock removal, stone picking. I mean, I suppose I'm going to borrow items on this and just get that contract going. Field 14. All right, let's go grab it. So we got the Steyr. Yeah, we'll pop the weight on there. The game just gave you a heart attack. How can Farming Simulator give you a heart attack? Oh yeah, by the way, tons of mods dropped on the mod hub today. And there was a map that came out on the mod hub today as well, but I think the map is for PC only. I think it's a Polish area type map. And I think that map was out in 22. So yeah, I need 440,000 to be able to buy the cow farm, which is just north of us. But the good thing about it is we'll be selling one of the cow barns on the plot. That'll get us like $260,000 back. So yeah, so basically the land's like 200,000, but of course I need the 200,000 before I could buy that property. Trying to remember my way around here a little bit. Yeah, so there should be a road right after this hedge. Let's go up here. Let's see, where do I got to go? Just kind of got to go straight. When I get to the intersection, is the field on the right. One thing I will say about the Riverview map, just be kind of aware, if you hire workers, it might be best to do the headlands yourself. Doing the cultivating contracts last night, it did seem the workers twice got caught up in the hedges. So that is a possibility. Hello, Brian. Hope you're having a good Tuesday so far. It like baler kin, and now I find a truck one with new balers. Not quite sure I understand what you said there, Miles, but okay. Hello, Big Liz. Welcome back. Hope you're having a good Tuesday as well. And Brian dropping down the donation. Thank you very much, sir. Very much appreciated. Hello, Skender. How you doing today? So, yeah, we're going to let the cultivating contract go on. Let me jump into... I think I'll use the JCB. And we'll go ahead and we'll take care of the weeds in our field. The one thing I got to test, because I got used to it on fresh stocks, see if I got any crop destruction in the first growth stage still. Or is that just on that map? No, look like so no crop destruction in the first growth stage here. So I'm good to go. There should be weeds in this field. Wait, why are there no weeds? There should be weeds here. Is there weeds turned off or something? Let's see, gameplay. Wait, is that gonna be under general settings? That's input. How about game settings? Maybe, weeds are turned on. Yeah, the only thing I got turned off is fieldstone. I didn't plow this field, so why do I not have weeds? I don't know why, but all right, let's not worry about the weeds. That's interesting. All right, so we do need to spread fertilizer on the field, though. And back on up. This new schedule is messing me up. I was okay with 1800. Oh well. We'll adapt, I guess. Skender, do you guys do daylight savings time where you are? I know some areas don't do daylight savings time or whatever. But, you know, as I mentioned yesterday, but I think you were kind of gone most of the day. I mean, technically I'm starting at the same time like always, but we changed our clocks forward an hour here, so that's why it's probably an hour earlier for you, but to me it's still noon when I'm starting. Alright, let's go pop down some fertilizer. This won't take me too long. As we know, a lot smaller fields here than what we had on fresh stocks. Get this field as best we can. So, yeah, the wheat we are growing because I would like the straw. And, of course, we can put the wheat into the grain mill to make flour. I think the barley field that we have is going to be enough for our chickens, but we can always use the wheat as a backup for feeding chickens. Now, we don't have chickens yet, but the cow farm, which is just north of us, does have a chicken pen on there that can hold 2,000 chickens. And probably just got to go up the middle, and we're all good to go. I'm hoping for some plowing and maybe fertilizing contracts, some more hoeing contracts today. Still playing Lumberjack Dynasty. I think after I stopped playing that, they added a few things to that game. And maybe someday when Farmers Dynasty 2 comes out, I will be doing some Lumberjack stuff. Because it's like they kind of combine the games a little bit there. 85% yield, so I'm guessing this field's going to need some lime after next harvest. Alright, so that's our 2 fields done and all set until, well, next year for harvest. Scooch around here, and I think I'll just leave kind of everything out for a little bit because I don't know what I want to get to. Nice to see Sam roaming around down here. He's probably looking for squirrels to chase. So yeah, this is what we're working towards. It's going to take a while to get the money to buy this area, but we get all these sheds, this cow pasture here. But as I mentioned in yesterday's stream, we're going to be moving the Holstein cows out of this cow pasture and selling this cow barn. There's the chicken coop right there, which may not look like it, but that can hold 2,000 chickens. We're going to move the Holstein cattle over to this cow barn and probably sell the beef cattle, depending on what their health is. So we're going to have one cow barn. This will hold 1,000 cows, which is just an extraordinary amount of cattle. And then, of course, we also get this stuff up here, which is a shed, a silo bunker. Of course, we get a silo. That will hold 800,000 liters. And also, you get this over here. It's a farm production net, which makes quite a few stuff. Mostly, it makes everything like ours did, fermenting silo on fresh stocks, along with a few other things as well. Farmable dropping a 10-pound donation. Very much appreciated. Thank you so much. And yeah, like I said earlier, hope you're having a very good Tuesday so far. So yeah, we need 440,000 to buy this. But like I said, once I buy this and we get the cows moved, and I sell this cow barn, we're going to get 256,000 for selling the cow barn. So it's like half the field back, easy. So we should have actually some lettuce to sell. Let's check my stock market page and see what it's going for. And yeah, I probably could get like $30,000 worth of lettuce. Price is not looking the greatest, so I'm going to hang on to it for a while. Boy, this does look kind of weird looking at this page. When we were on Fresh Stocks, I had to scroll down the page to see everything I had. And now, currently, this is what we own. I have like $53,000 worth of product to sell, and that's about it. So, with no work to be done in our fields, we got the cultivating contract going on. There is a deadwood contract. I wonder how the deadwood contracts work here. I mean, probably the same as they do elsewhere, but we do got some hoeing contracts. I guess I could go do a couple of those. Well, Field 4 is not far from us. Let's go ahead and accept that contract. And then also I will accept the other one as well. I got to take what I can right now. So let's get back into the JCB. I guess I can drop off the front loader. I don't really need that currently. Oh yeah, and I got to check on my little tiny sawmill over here. Yeah, and once again, I went with a small sawmill just because I don't really want to do a sawmill on this map. But I wanted to get rid of the trees that were around our land here, and without dragging them or doing all that bunch of stuff, I just wanted to get rid of the trees and make some money off of it. Yeah, this is going to be a slow process, but that's fine. And yeah, as long as we got wood in there, we got 10,000 liters, I don't need to chop up that tree and slowly get rid of it. Alright, let's back up and run over Sam. Hey, the rain finally stopped. Is there such a thing that there is a barn for milking cows and another barn for beef cows? Yes, there are different cow barns, cow sheds, one for beef and one for milking. Hello, Bose and Drifter. Welcome. Hope you're having a good Tuesday. But I do believe both cow barns on that property are for milking cows. No, I don't want to go up there. A lot of trees, very, very cramped. I guess you'll be doing trees whether you like it or not. I'm going to try to limit the amount of trees that we do. Just the ones that are in our way. But I mean, most of the trees are kind of clumped together in like little small forests here and there. The biggest thing about this... Is this where I want to turn? This might be where I want to turn. Yes, it is. The biggest thing about this map are all the hedges. And this is a field, well, I can't really see where the weeds are, so I'm going to hire a worker for this one. And let them take care of it. The other one's going to be field number 27. Or mine field number... No, field number 27. Let me go visit field number 27 and see if that's... that's the same condition, so I may have to get a worker for this one as well, or just use GPS. Well, one thing I am going to need, and that is, yes, the AgroStar I got to think about. One thing I'm going to need is a trailer to move our pallets around. Probably just get the same trailer that I had on Fresh Stocks to begin with, because it's the cheapest one. Let's see. Oh, that's for that pack there, yes. But probably just get the Farm Tech one here. And do I want to make it taller? I don't think so. I think the way it was set up on Fresh Stocks worked just fine. Wheel setup, does it cost more for BKTs? No, it doesn't. It does not. So let's go ahead and make sure auto load is enabled. It is. Yeah, I think for the most part it's good. Yeah, let's go ahead and buy that. Alright, so there goes $20,000 again. Trying to work up to $440,000. It's going to take me forever to get up there if I keep buying stuff, but we need what we need. Alright, so what do we got going for contrast? We got this cultivating job here. I think since the other one is doing the weeding contract, I'll hop into here and we'll do the cultivating contract. Gotta save myself money somewhere. So, I mean, I don't want to get too contract heavy, but since our fields are pretty much all set, we got to we got to make money somehow. So like I said, a lot of mods dropped on the mod hub today. Maybe like 30 or 40, something like that. And there was a map that dropped. Oh yeah, the next pack is out as well. Which, by the way, I didn't do any fact sheets on that. Is that going to be under harvesters? That may not be under harvesters, is it? Where would that pack actually be? That's an interesting thing. Would I have to go here? Alright, we can just go to here in the DLCs. So, yeah, this is why a couple things probably won't be using it on this series, because it is kind of decent size equipment, but the main thing you're going to need is one of these right here, and this cost alone $655,000. And this is just like the thing that drives everything. And then you need the equipment, and all this equipment will attach to that item right there. So you can see, yeah, it's not that cheap. It's rather expensive. And with big equipment like this on a small map, I don't want to call this a small map, but with narrow roads and passageways, yeah, probably not going to be using that on this map here. Although I'm not sure I'd want to use it that much anyways. It's not really my kind of thing. Didn't use it in FS22. I'm not sure if I'll be using it here. So, yeah, we'll just have to see as we go along, I suppose. But I mean, the next thing on my shopping list is buying which I guess is a starter farm, where the cow barn is, so we can get ourselves some chickens, and yeah, we'll even have some cows and a whole bunch of storage area for everything. So yeah, the only thing I got to get kind of used to from fresh stocks to here is looking at the contracts. Yeah, we're not going to see the huge paying contracts. But I mean, all the contracts really pay the same in a sense of the time it takes you to do them and what you get paid. Nothing wrong with contracts. My brother and me do it in real life. Otherwise, you can't survive as a farmer with today's conditions. You got to find ways to make money. That's what you got to do. Hello, Mr. Ulrich. Welcome. Hope you're having a good Tuesday. Congratulations on your trifecta and Penye. Yeah, that was today's episode of Penye. I'm not going to say too much about it because the episode just came out a couple hours ago, and some people haven't had a chance to read it or see it. But that was quite a day on episode on Penye that we released today. And I'll be recording Thursday's episode later on tonight, and I did do some testing since today's episode and before I start recording, and yeah, we'll go over some things, but I don't want to say too much what's going on because some people, I mean, would not have had a chance to watch today's episode yet. The hoeing contract is almost done. I was missing stuff. I think it's for open flat maps. If you're talking about the next act pack, it's for maps like fresh stocks. But the issue I would have with the next act pack is this. That first piece of equipment that I showed you for like $650,000. If you want to do multiple things at once, like you normally a farmer would do, you're going to need like a couple of those machines. Because if you're using it to plant in one field and you want to harvest something else, well, your main machine is already drilling in a field. You can't harvest and drill, so you need like a couple of those machines. But that's just me. My day's been okay. I'm usually the one thing that's kind of affected me a little bit right now is, as weird as it sounds, or I mean, some people understand, but this whole daylight savings thing that we do, moving the clocks ahead an hour, even though it's just an hour, it kind of really screws up your internal clock in your system. But so far my day's been pretty good. I think the weather has something to do with it. We are getting what I would call a heat wave for early March, which is nice. But at the same time, you got to be careful of these weather conditions. It may feel like it's really warm out, which it is, but you can still, if you're not careful, you can get yourself sick by thinking it's warmer than what it actually is. Yeah, don't give too much away about today's episode of Penye, because a lot of people haven't had a chance to watch it. But that was the farming simulator gods was on my side. Hello, Eddie. How you doing today? Thanks for dropping on in. The weird thing is about the whole daylight savings time, I don't know why it really messes me up like that. When I used to travel a lot out to like Colorado and Wyoming, or even when I used to go out to the West Coast, the time difference didn't bother me when I flew, but it bothers me for daylight savings time for some reason. All right, I need to get my JCB, so I'm going to leave this here for a moment. And we'll get this over to the other field. Hello, Denard. Welcome. And Sirwell, welcome also. We're going to be in the 70s. Yeah, it's... when you're used to temperatures being in the teens and low 20s, and then 5-6 days later, you're approaching 70 degrees outside, it's a big change. Kind of forgot that this hoe is kind of heavy back there. And I almost tipped over the JCB. Field number 27. Exactly where is that one? Down the road. Alright, and on the left-hand side. Yeah, these roads are a bit rough going through here. At some point, we'll probably smooth them out and work them over like I did in fresh stocks, but we just kind of moved here, so I need to get used to everything before I start changing too much. I don't mind doing weeding contracts when you can't see the weeds. Alright, workers should do okay. And let's get back to cultivating. Yeah, so a couple mods came out today that I did download. Omatana's greenhouses came out, and I did like using her greenhouses in 22. Farmer G's baler pack came out today. And some of you know Farmer G, he pops in here every once in a while. So his baler pack is out. That's the balers I used in Western Australia in FS22, and I think I use it on a couple of other maps as well. Oh, I think I used that in Oceanside Forest. There was another mod that came out today that is a decoration, but I'm pretty sure it's usable as for bridges. And I figured bridges is something I might use here on Riverview, because I may want to make some my own crossings over the river. So yeah, I downloaded 3 mods myself today. Robert won't be here today because today is Tuesday. So he's out doing his exercises. And John, John knows about the time change because he was here on time yesterday. John was here from the start, so yeah, either John forgot that he needed to be here an hour earlier than usual. Yeah, so I'm not sure where John is currently. So I'm a little concerned about that, but Maybe he'll show up in about 20 minutes or so. Hello, Jay, and welcome. Hope you're having a good Tuesday. Should have the time scale at times. Put it at ×5 for a day like today, because like I said, I got nothing to do on my own farm. You started on the memory today. Someone said yesterday they were having issues on the borders of the memory map. I don't think they said too much of what the issue was. I have a couple of issues on Penye on the borders. When I get near the borders, I think I talked about it in today's episode of Penye. But when I get near the borders, I get like a graphics thing showing up, like there's a limb of a tree in the way or something. Good morning, Branding. Hopefully you're having a good Tuesday. Welcome. All hail Jay. That's from Men in Black. Don't remember which Men in Black that was, but maybe the second one? Men in Black 2, possibly? As much as it would be nice to have that Agro Star that's for sale right now, I think I'm just going to pass on it. Just because I am using the Agro Star on Penye. And yeah, I kind of need to keep the... I need to keep the money. I got to stop spending it. But got to buy stuff that I do need because I didn't have a way to transport pallets around, so that's why we bought that trailer. So yeah, we did buy a production building on the map. We've got ourselves the grain mill. So we're gonna have some flour to sell later on in the winter months. And yeah, the production buildings on this map actually do have some special recipes. Kind of missed that when I did the map tours. Of course, the map tours were rather quick last Friday. But yeah, there are some specialty items that we can make on this map. If you want to force DLSS 4 into the game, let me know and I'll send you the file. I kind of know about that, but since I'm not really having any graphical issues or anything like that, I'm just gonna be happy with what I got going on here. But I do appreciate it. We'll collect on that hoeing contract because that's my stuff I'm using. Any more cultivating contracts currently? No. Mowing contract, mowing contract. Ooh, plowing contract for 15,000. Accept. Yeah, let's collect on this cultivating contract then. And now we'll get into the McCormick. And it said field number 1. Learning how to get to these fields has been kind of interesting. So if I go along here, follow field number 5, and then, ooh, I'm not sure if I can actually get to... I have no idea. But we'll find out if I can get there from here. Always nice to have an AgroStar. I do like the tractor, but you know, I do try to like mixing it up from one series to another. I don't like keep buying the same, mostly the same stuff over and over again. I mean, stuff like this plow from Black Sheep Modding, that's something I'm probably always going to have. I mean, if I wasn't using the AgroStar on Penye, maybe I would think about buying it, but yeah, I definitely would like to expand our farm and get that cow farm kind of up and going, but mainly I want it for the chickens. Man, this road is rough. And this is a road I have not been down at all. This is just the way the road is. I'm trying to figure out how, if I want to get a bigger combine in the long run here, of course. But how would that work, trying to get down down through here? Wait, am I... Ooh, this is it right here. This is what we live for in the month of October. Doing plowing, cultivating, hoeing contracts. Can I change the color in this thing? I got enough pink in my life having to where's the pink? Am I missing something here? What's pink? I don't have anything that's pink, so not sure what you want me to change the color on. The tractor looks pink to you? This tractor here looks pink. Unless you're talking about... If you're talking about the screen on the inside, that's nothing I can do about that. That's just the way it is. I don't know if that's what you're talking about, but... it doesn't matter what color I change the tractor to. It's not going to change the color of that screen on the inside. Hey, Storefern, how's it going? Hope you're having a good Tuesday so far. Enjoying this heat wave that we're getting. How the heck is baby blue the same as pink? Alright, looks like our other hoeing contract is complete. Do I have any other contracts I can send that on for harvesting, mowing? Let's go ahead. What do you offer me for mowing? 959. Let's see. That's a butterfly mower. That's probably better. Although the MacDon can get the fields done rather quickly, right? But that butterfly mower, I think... that makes it a 8.3. That's a 7.3. And the MacDon... oh, the MacDon mower is a what? It's a 5 meter wide. I think I'll borrow the items here because I'll make it simple. Let's borrow the items in that contract in field 46. You're still waiting for mid-70s. I mean, it's like 60 degrees out there today, at least where I am, and man, it feels like mid-July or something. Whoops, I think I dropped off the weight. Alright, so how does one get to the grass fields? Oh, it's like right across the way of the store. Take a right. And then a left. And then, I don't know how to get into each individual grass field. I think if I cut across, I might be able to go... into the bigger grass field. It's 41 there in Michigan. Now this is like the warmest day we've had here since like last fall. Only 35 there on the coast. Yeah, it was like 25 here this morning, but now the temperatures are just skyrocketing. Pretty darn quick. So maybe it's heading your way. Alright, you can start cutting that grass, please. Yeah, that's going to do just a fine job. And it's supposed to be warmer here with the weekend coming up. I know they're forecasting upper 60s, so that's going to be... it's going to be something for sure. All this snow's going to melt rather quickly. My little brook in the backyard's going. Sounds like a raging river out there today with the warm temperatures and all the snow melting. 87 where you are at today. '87 for me in the middle of summer is too darn hot. So I may actually have a look at Omatana's greenhouses and see exactly what they do. I don't know if she added anything to them from 22 to 25. If they do anything special. I'm guessing they might do some of the new greenhouse stuff. Eventually I do want to get the bakery that's on this map so we can make like sandwiches and all that kind of stuff. Did the apple trees bloom yet? Where I am? No. No. That's going to be like late April. Probably the earliest before the apple trees may bloom. Late April, early May. Although this warm weather could really screw up some things, but normally, yes, apple trees where I am is late April, early May, depending on the weather. That's right. Got to find out where the fuel station is. I've been to the fuel station, I think, once on this map. But I think I was looking for collectibles yesterday. I think it's behind the store somewhere. Yours bloomed already, first of the trees to do so. So it sounds like you're in a warmer climate than what I'm at, of course. Since I got at least another month to go before spring really gets here. Kind of hoping today, I know some people like to know what's the goals for the day's stream. I would just like to get up to like halfway to where we can get to buy the cow farm. So if I can get up to $220,000 today, that'd be quite amazing. But I guess it depends on how fast I go through the months, and the faster I go through the months, the more lettuce we're going to make. And of course, we'll just sell the lettuce at our little farmer's market. I mean, I could just skip all the contracts and just breeze through until next March. Plant our oats and just focus on our fields alone. We also got warm weather the past week, but nothing bloomed yet. That's the only thing I kind of fear about the warm weather coming this early is the wildlife start acting like spring is here. The next thing you know, we're back down to cold temperatures, and it causes a problem. Hello, John, and there's Farmer G. Farmer G, I was just talking about you a little while ago. Saw that your mod baler pack came out today. I may or may not have given your baler pack a 5-star rating. That mowing contract is getting along pretty good, and I think there are a couple of grass fields that need to be cut. Apricots are blooming now. No more freeze here. Well, you hope there's no more freeze there. Yeah, I do actually got your baler pack active for this series. Not sure if I need it for this series. I mean, I still may use one of the balers, but I may not use the oversized bales. Depends on where I go with this farm, which I still don't know yet. Again, for the Riverview map that we're doing here, unlike Fresh Stocks or River Bend, I don't really have any set goals for the farm. We're just going to kind of have a rough idea of what to do next and farm and see where we get going. I don't, you know, Fresh Stocks was kind of about running a pig farm. River Bend, the first live series we did in 25, was building up the town projects. Here is pretty much just let's farm and spend the money when we get it and see what we get to. Yep, noticed that a long time ago that the plow is not removing the tracks of the tractor. I think it does that because if you notice with the black sheep modding plow, when you drop the plow off the tractor, the I don't know what you would call them, the prongs that actually do the plowing, they kind of clip to the ground. So I don't know if that has something to do with it or not. Yes, Jay, there are different harvesters for the different types of rice. I still haven't done any regular rice harvesting in 25. Not sure when I'll get to that. Not sure I'm a huge fan of the regular rice. Only because of the harvester and the planter. Because if I go with the rice, I kind of want to go big on it. So having small equipment like that I'm sure someday I'll get there. Forgot how much this contract paid, but I'm hoping it's like, was it 15,000? On the road today to get, we're going to try to get up to 220,000 in the bank account. Should be able to do that, I think, between the contracts and of course selling lettuce. But yeah, we may be putting down some more greenhouses here in a bit. I just got to see what Omatana's greenhouses do. Just about 90% done on this plowing contract. I'm going to have a double look to see where the fuel station is here. We were at a village meeting last night. That's why we weren't able to chat. Well, sometimes real life does get in the way of fun. Yeah, we do. I think we got a pallet of planks last time I checked at the sawmill. Not really in a rush to, like I said, go out and sell it, because it's not like I just need another $20,000 to be able to buy the cow farm. I need like another 400 grand. And no, I'm not going to borrow more money than what we started with. I mean, the cows I'm not really ready to take care of anyways, and the chickens I'm not ready to take care of now either, because I pretty much took all the grain down to the grain mill. %, so some good change coming in here soon. You have a girl with a holographic memory. She got screwed from bureaucracy, so we will send her to Oxford. I have like a goldfish memory. And that makes me work harder too. Plowing contract is done. Let's go ahead and click on that. What was that contract for? 15,669. Well, that's nice. Yeah, so where is the fuel station? All right, so there's the store. There's the fuel depot. I wonder if I can just go out this way and we'll go down around, just kind of have like a view of this side of town. Or maybe I should look to see if there's any more plowing contracts that came up. Field number 6. All right, spraying contracts are not bad. Not for workers, as we saw yesterday. That was terrible. And we got a lot of harvesting contracts, which I'm not too interested in. Most of them are going to be for veggies. Those are the good paying ones. There's a cotton contract, though. I'm looking at fertilizing contracts, looking for good paying ones. I mean, those are all right, but they're not fabulous. I do want to check on something, though. Let me go ahead and just take care of something real quick here. I do want to look at Omatana's greenhouses just to see what they actually do provide for us. Nope, I was in the right page. Construction. Greenhouses. $50,000 for the big greenhouse. How big is that? That's a big greenhouse. And looks like it does a whole bunch of stuff. Alright, the stuff at the end. So it looks like it does the new veggies as well. Her greenhouse. It does grapes and olives, potatoes, and sunflowers. Looks like it requires seed, water, and fertilizer. Yeah, I may actually have to put one of those down just because. That would be kind of interesting to have. I don't know if I'll do it today or not. Sorry, just taking care of something on the screen real quick. And then we'll get back to traveling around and we'll fuel up our McCormick tractor. Alright, so we are up to 80,000, which is nice. See if I can find my way out of here. It's almost better off not traveling on the roads. Actually, that's a nice view from up at this field. Nice look at the, I don't know if I'd call this a lake. I mean, it's a decent size. Maybe just a large pond. Alright, now that I'm out here, I gotta look at the map again. Large map. Yeah, okay, so somewhere along through here. Yeah, I was over here yesterday looking for some collectibles. There's the tailor shop. Carpentry. Oh, there we go. Can I clip through that? Yes, I can clip through that. There we go. Perfect. Top off with some diesel. And since I'm going past the store, I think I'll put the plow on the front and we'll grab our trailer. Dropped it off like that. So yes, this trailer, same one we had out on fresh stocks. This will be for moving our lettuce pallets for sale. Probably also our sawmill stuff. And for now, let's go ahead and drop off our trailer there. So where was the other? Oh, there's a couple plowing contracts now. 23 and 6. Well, 6 is just right around the corner. Let me accept that while the mowing contract is still going on. Although, let me change where the plow is. Don't want that on the front. So I do believe it's this field here. It is. Much smaller, so it's not going to take me long to tear this one up. And then I think I'm going to send my mower, which is done. I think there's other mowing contracts right in the same area. And let's see, field 45. Yes, we'll accept that one. I can see the worker had a little trouble in some areas where the grass didn't get cut. That's kind of interesting. Can I sneak through here with the mower unfolded? Sure can. Alright, let me get back into our McCormick. Hello, farmer. How you doing? Which plow is this? This is the plow by Black Sheep Modding. It is available on the Mod Hub. It's been out for quite a while, and it should be available for all platforms. You can get this plow in a 6, 9, or 12 meter wide. And it doesn't require that much horsepower, depending on how big of a plow you want on it. Hello, Astrid. Hopefully you're having a good Tuesday. Everyone probably wants to know what you're making for dinner. Again, the next act pack came out today from Giants. If you do think about maybe getting the pack, or you would like to have the pack, there are a couple ways you can get it. You can get the DLC as a separate owned item, or if you have the Season 1 pass, you can get it that way as well. If you're thinking about buying it and you want to help out the channel, link should be in the description below to the Next Act pack, or the Season 1 pass, or to FS25. But the Next Act pack is pretty much for bigger fields. Be patient. I'm not the one that's always asking what's for dinner. It's a lot of people in chat that want to know what's for dinner. I feel like I want to put down one of Omatana's greenhouses just because. I got the money to afford one of the greenhouses. Yes, I am trying to build up my money, but of course we know the greenhouses will bring us in a lot of cash. I think what we'll do is after I finish this plowing contract, I will probably accept the other plowing contract. We'll hire a worker for that. I'll grab the JCB that has the hoe on it, and we'll head back to the farm, and I think I'll put down one of Omatana's greenhouses, the big one, and we'll have a better look at it that way. So I want to see how it performs. All right, 90% done. Yeah, this plow here definitely makes plowing contracts very profitable. Doesn't take too long to rip up a field with a 12-meter wide plow, which I do believe is twice the width of the base game plow that you can probably get. I think the biggest base game plow you can get is a 6-meter. And that one's done. Just gotta be careful I don't collect in that other mowing contract, because that would get rid of the equipment that we're currently using on the other contract. Alright, plowing, field number 23. So I either take the bridge at my farm and work my way down, or I take the bridge. I think we'll take the bridge down by the grain mill, which is right here, and then work our way up. I wonder if the bridges that came out today in a mod pack, I wonder if they're long enough to get across this river. Not that I want to put any bridges down right away, but it'd be just good to know how long the bridges are. 6 meter wide, you just checked. I assume you mean on the plows. You just gotta find the road. Not the one that we're on, but the one that goes across the bridge. Should be this one here. Try and be careful. I feel like there's going to be a car coming around every corner when I go through there. I'm not familiarized yet with a map to know exactly where AI traffic does go. So down here, and once I turn around this corner, you see a road going up to the right somewhere. Right here. Right up that hill, you can kind of see through the trees. That's where the grain mill is. We do own that. And then the next field that needs to be plowed, I think it's this one. Nope. Wrong side. It's the field on the right, not the left, after the grain mill. Do I... It's the thing with the hedges on this map. I don't know where all the entryways are to the field. Where does that bring me to? Let me get the workers started on plowing this field. And yes, this is the field we need to be in. Where does this lead me to? Does this bring me out to the forest, I guess? Oh yeah, just bring me out to the forest altogether. Alright, so we got a worker there. Yes, the JCB. Let's grab this. And we're going to head back to the farm. And I want to have a look at Omatana's greenhouses. And I'm going to put one down just because. And I'm going to go with the biggest one because why not? I do think driving around on this map is best in first person. Just because there's a lot of trees and it's easier to see where you're going. It'll be easier for you to watch me do a lot of head-on collisions with other AI traffic. Now that we're back on the farm, my hoe is ready to tip over. Nope, don't you dare tip over. There we go. Alright, so now I can kind of see how big this greenhouse actually is, because it looked kind of big. But I didn't really have a frame of reference when I was looking at it a little while ago. There's Sam roaming around our one sorghum field. Alright, construction. These are interesting looking greenhouses. That's an interesting looking way of a greenhouse. It looks kind of nice actually. Kind of like a decorative greenhouse. Trying to see what the difference actually is. Is it the type of tree? Not really sure what the difference is. Oh, the triggers are on the inside as well. So you have to drive in and get them. I think I'm going to try. Whoa, that green. That's why that's $50,000. Look at the size of that puppy. That's a huge greenhouse. All right. Well, I need to flatten this area out a little bit more. I do want to make sure I leave myself room to get through those greenhouses. So, all right, we'll go along there and halfway between the trees. All right, got to move some stuff around. Hello, RC Mark. How you doing? Just get this stuff out of the way. Alright, back into construction. And I want to level this out here. We're going to pick this. And just come out to here, I think. And then we'll go to smoothing. All right, back to here. Greenhouses, 50,000. There we go. It's funny I leveled it out and it's actually still charging me a little bit more, but that's kind of okay. This greenhouse could be overpowered, or it could be underpowered, or it could be just perfectly fine. I don't know what to expect from it. Is that not the trigger for the water? Nope, must be this is the trigger for the water. Alright, let's see what the stats are for this $50,000 greenhouse. By the way, these greenhouses just came out on the Mod Hub today from Omatana. it can hold it can hold 1.2 million liters of water. Okay, and it can hold 400,000 liters of solid fertilizer and 400,000 liters of seed. Okay. We got different recipes. We can do with just water. Water with seed and fertilizer. So it does olives, it does peas, potatoes, strawberries, sunflowers, tomatoes. Hello, Liz. How you doing? I could just buy seed and fertilizer and put some in here. But let me go get some more water. And yeah, might as well fill this up with water because it's going to take it all. But I hope you're having a good day, Liz, so far. We did finish a mowing contract. Which one did I finish? This one right here. Let's collect on that one. That will allow me to do, might as well do the other mowing contract while I'm fiddling around with this. It's just right next door, so we'll accept that contract. See, yeah, we did spend $50,000 on that greenhouse, but I'm thinking that greenhouse is going to be pumping out material rather fast. And it's this field here, right? Yes, this field here. Wait, you did the math? It will produce... Did you say 15,000 liters of lettuce per month? That's not... I mean, it's not bad. Because I think the other greenhouses, if it's only 15,000, that's roughly what the other greenhouses do, right? 912 cycles for 10 lettuce. Okay, it's like 5 times as much. But I mean, at the other recipe, it may be a lot more. I keep wanting to drop it in there. I mean, the other greenhouses do... What did that drop? Like 3, 6... How much did the other greenhouses put out? So it's almost been a month for this greenhouse. So what do I got in this one? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5... Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8... Well, this one's producing like 10,000 per month. So 15,000 is not that much. Unless you meant 150,000 liters per month, and that would be quite a bit too much. Well, we'll see what it does. We'll activate that and put it on storing. And it can hold quite a bit. I mean, if it's too OP, then I'll just get my money back on the greenhouse and then sell it afterwards. Yeah, I'm not gonna. If it's making so much money, I don't want to. I don't want it to ruin the series, but we'll see what it does. Maybe we'll just keep it around if it's producing too much. We'll keep it around until we buy the cow barn and then sell it. So I'm just going to do the water one. I'm not going to put seed and fertilizer into it. I'm just going to put water into it. And we'll see what it does in a month's time. At least the water is free, so that at most, as long as I sell about $50,000 worth of lettuce out of the greenhouse, I'll get my money back on it, and then I can sell it. But then I'll probably sell it for like half the price. But yeah, we'll see what it does. I do like the looks of the other greenhouses, though. I don't know how... what the recipe, not the recipe, but the exact recipe of those, but I do like the way these look. It's kind of like you're like a little garden center where you can kind of like go in and sit down at a table with a little pond. Is there anything in the description that says... It just says open air garden large. That's all it really says. Oh, you want to see the one with the water again? Wait a minute. This one here. Lettuce with just the water. So, it's 5,040 cycles a month, and you get 16 lettuce. So, boy, my brain's just locking up on me right there. 10 cycles is 5,000. My brain is just, my brain's not doing it today. But seeing that it holds a lot, I'm guessing it's going to be pretty fast producing. But her greenhouses weren't really overpowered in 22. That does seem like it's going to produce a lot of lettuce. If it produces 80,000 liters in a month, we'll see what it does, but I think it might be kind of close to that. I was trying to do the math in my head. My brain was just not figuring it out, but yeah. So yeah, we may just have it for a month and have to get rid of it. Let's see, our plowing contract has finished. Let's collect on that. Wait, wrong bar here. Plowing. And let's see, harvesting, I'm just going to skip those. Yeah, so once that mowing contract is done, We'll collect on that, and I think we'll sleep through the night. How are we doing here? So I got one set of planks, the long planks that have spawned. It looks like we got one set of planks in storage. I'm going to cut the tree where the limbs are, where it branches off. Nope. Don't need that. Just going to push all this stuff in the trigger. I could not get AI worker, mower, and baler to work. It cuts grass, won't pick it up. Well, if you're trying to do what I was doing, like on fresh stocks, you can hire a worker to cut the grass, but you would need, if you're using another tractor behind it, you're going to need like the follow me mod in order for them to follow it. If you're trying to run just a front mower and a baler on the same tractor, I don't think that's going to work. I don't think AI workers will run with two implements on the same tractor. Hello, Vitamin Protein, welcome. Yeah, and already we got 2 pallets of lettuce sitting out here. All right, Skender, be careful out there. And hopefully you have a safe trip, short journey, whatever it might be. Yeah, we already got 2 pallets of lettuce. I think this $50,000 greenhouse is going to produce quite a bit. So right now I'm just going to keep filling up with water. We're waiting for that mowing contract to complete. We're going to collect on the contracts, and I think we're going to call it a month. While that's filling up, let me look at my stock market page and how are we doing on the lettuce. Currently we got $35,000 worth. Yeah, and the planks, the wood products, they're always looking pretty good, but for the most part, we're just going to wait until the sawmill is full enough. Though at the grain mill, wait, where's barley canola? We're done with the sorghum, so let me turn that off. Soy. Olives, parsnip, peas, potatoes. I mean, sunflowers, that would have been good if I had the oil factory, but I can't do anything with sunflowers there. Barley, canola, sorghum, wheat. No, I can't do anything with that there. Hello, Crystal. How you doing? Hope you're having a good Tuesday. And no, for time being, we're just doing lettuce in the greenhouses. Although this big greenhouse we just put down, it may be a 1 month type of thing, because this thing looks like it's going to produce a whole bunch of lettuce really quick. I do need to top off the water in the other greenhouses. But like I said, maybe we'll just use it for a month or two, get us the money we need for the cow farm. And that way we can really start working up there and getting ourselves a true farmyard, as our third pallet of lettuce has already spawned. Alright, next one, we're going to fill up the other greenhouses. Water, yes. Again, so the plan is when I buy the cow farm, which is going to be a while, get the cows kind of moved where we need them to be, sell one of the cow barns, turn where the cow barn was into a grass field, cut that grass, get some silage or hay made, or both, and start feeding our cows. The chickens are probably going to have to wait. I don't have any feed for the chickens. Unless I can wait, is there a way to do wheat or barley or sorghum? No. No way to do that in the new greenhouse. You looked everywhere, you say for the advanced settings, you don't have them? That's a mod you have to download. So if you go to the mod hub and just download, or sorry, search advanced settings, you should be able to find it. Probably under gameplay, I would assume. Yeah, lettuce is good money, but I also don't want this greenhouse, from what it looks like, it's going to be producing just way too much, way too fast. Which is not bad if you want to go that route, but it might be a little bit too much for what we're doing here. The original 3 greenhouses I put down, that goes at a pretty good pace, I think. Alright, that other contract is almost done, which means we are almost done with a month. I am still wondering why, though, my wheat field, why I did not get any weeds growing in it this month. Because I did not plow that field, I just direct drilled it. And I got no weeds. Alright, let me get the plow back. Nope, that's through the forest. Alright, all the contracts are done. Let me go ahead and collect on all those. So we'll collect on that. And we'll collect on that. So that got us back up to 55,000. Okay, but this time I'll go back to the farm this way instead of taking the main road. least my tractor's getting rinsed off a little bit. I think I have to stick on the quote-unquote paved road here. I think that's a sheep pasture that's there that you can, of course, buy and put sheep into it. Now, this road should eventually come out at our farm, if I'm not mistaken. Or I'm just going to keep driving till I get to nowhere. No, I can see the cow barns on the hill. And we are home. All right, turn the lights off, turn that off. And yeah, I think we're just going to go ahead. Actually, I should check this sale page just because. The Deutz AgroStar is still there, but like I said, I think we're going to pass on that. Sawmill should be good to go, and of course the greenhouses, as we know, they're good to go. We'll leave the door open in case Sam wants to come in and rest in here instead of his doghouse. I think, yeah, we'll sleep until 8 and then advance for an hour so that way contrast can come up. All right, let's go over here and, yep, like always, feed Sam so he's happy. I want to double check my wheat field over here to make sure that the weeds are not growing. Yeah, no weeds. I didn't plow this field. I just direct drilled it, so I'm not sure why the weeds aren't growing, but, you know, not going to complain too much. Sale page, AgroStar is still there, teasing me a bit. Well, alright, I think the spawn point of the lettuce is going to be full. That's going to be a given. The question is, how much do I have in storage at the large greenhouse that we just put down? Can I actually move collision up? Can I actually... Not sure what that does. Did I miss something here? Not sure what that button's actually doing. But yes, we have 50,000 liters of lettuce in storage, along with what's spawned here. So if we go to our stock market page... yeah, I got $122,000 worth of lettuce now to sell. It's not the best time of the year to be selling it, although the price is not too bad. Yeah, this greenhouse, we'll probably keep it just one more month, or maybe until the water runs out. How much water do I got left? I got tons of water left. But, oh wait, I can just walk right through that fence? Oh, maybe that's what they mean by collision. Move collision up. Now I'm guessing I won't be able to walk through it, right? Ah. Well, that's pretty cool. So you get to look at the fences with a collision up. But if you like to look at the fences but want to be able to, like, walk through it, I guess drive through, you can do that. Well, that's pretty cool. Yeah, I think this greenhouse is going to have to go. But I think I will maybe keep it one more month just to get like a good amount of cash. Because I don't want to be doing a whole bunch of contracts, and this will help us out for a little bit. Yeah, it's producing way too much, way too fast. These greenhouses here, on the other hand, do just fine. As we saw on Fresh Stocks, they're not too OP. They do rather well. All right, so what do we got? Yeah, what do we got for contracts this morning here? Cultivating. All right, that's not... Oh, it's right next to the field next to us. Harvesting, and we got some plowing contracts. Where are they? Oh, right where I just came from. How nice of them to give me that one. And, well, we do got the cornfield right here. Let's accept that one, and we'll get a worker started on that. And I think we will do the cultivating contract. Ooh, the case quad. Borrow items on that one. That greenhouse is OP. Done a test to check it out. Yep, I didn't know much about the greenhouse. I was like, let's give it a go. And I mean, it's nice, don't get me wrong. I don't remember her greenhouses being like that in 22. Maybe it's just that greenhouse there, and maybe her other greenhouses are not that OP. Did you try any of the smaller ones? I don't know if her smaller ones are not as OP. And in case you wonder what some people are saying, what's OP? Overpowered. Or in this case, overpopulated. Because that's what we got with that much lettuce. So you're saying I could just use the smaller one, so it's a smaller one not as overpowered? I mean, if I basically want... Am I going to get this across the bridge? Yeah, I kind of want to see what our greenhouses were about in 25. I saw they did some extra things. I was like, oh, this will be interesting just to learn. I did not expect it to be as it is. Nope, that's the field I can get to right from here. Actually, I should fast forward some time. It is kind of dark and gloomy this morning. It started to hail and a cover popped up over the greenhouses. Yeah, usually the coverage usually came on for the winter months, but that's kind of cool that the covers come up when it's hailing out, or maybe even when a tornado comes. That's a giant woodpecker that follows me everywhere. Shouldn't take me too long to cultivate this field with this setup, and we can keep an eye on our worker over there. I mean, it's not going to take them too long to get that field plowed up. That was the cornfield. I do like, I may have to put down, though, because we're going to make a lot of money, so I can even try her smaller greenhouse. Well, I mean smaller one, the decorative ones. You've been driving in cab on this map? Well, I've been driving in cab quite a bit, traveling around the map myself. Yeah, a top-down view driving around the map is not ideal. Got a lot of foliage to look through. But when I'm going from the store just to our farm, it's not that far. Yeah, but that large greenhouse is going to have to go. That can't stay here throughout the series. That would just that would just break the bank. Actually, this is a pretty decent sized field. Can definitely see ourselves in the future putting in. I mean, this could be like our barley field in the future once we get like our 2,000 chickens. Probably need this much barley to feed them. I was not expecting to be using a case quad on this map. Actually, I'll put the time scale. I think I'll put it at times 6. Yeah, and for those who didn't see it yesterday, you can get rid of the hedges. There's a stump that goes along inside the hedges, and every time you cut down a stump or remove a stump, the hedge, part of the hedge will disappear. So if you want to create access to your fields a little bit better and get rid of a lot of the hedges, just take your chainsaw in there, find a stump. And in case you're wondering what I'm talking about, let's see if I can find one here real quick. Oh, there's one. So if I were to cut that stump, which I can do, even though I don't own the property because I got the lumberjack mod, if I were to cut that stump, a hedge will disappear a little bit on the right and left side of it and give you a decent size opening. And of course there's stumps all along the hedges, so just keep cutting as many as you want. I'm going to try to keep my hedges in place unless they cause me too much trouble. Then I may start removing some. Just find it easier when hauling stuff. Yeah, it's driving around this map is, you know, the map looks really, really good. It's pretty good on the eye candy, if you will. But driving in third person around the map, yeah, it's kind of hard to see where you're going. I was not expecting that greenhouse to produce as much as it did. I mean, before I put it down, because we could not see the recipes until we put it down. Unlike the other production buildings, if they're already on the map, you can see what the recipes are and what it produces. But when you're constructing one, I wish you could see the recipes when you're constructing one, so you can kind of see what you're getting yourself involved with. And since I really didn't have time today, before the mods came out, to really test anything, I was like, well, I'll download it. Maybe I'll have a look at them. And, well, now we all know. And by the way, if you are wondering, Omatana's greenhouses are available for all platforms. So if you want to get yourself that greenhouse, yeah, it's on the Mod Hub. And as you saw, 50,000 for that greenhouse that I put down. And yeah, it's going to produce, I think Sirwell said, like 80,000 liters of lettuce per month. Which is just a lot of lettuce. Alright, plowing contract is done. So, of course, after November, it's the winter months, so we'll be skipping through them pretty darn quick. We do got flour to sell in, like, January. We'll sell the lettuce probably in February. I mean, I can just turn the production off on lettuce in that greenhouse. And then we'll collect it, then sell the greenhouse after we sell the lettuce. I do got a small farmer's kiosk down right next to the greenhouses, so we don't have that far to travel. And of course, yeah, our small sawmill is slowly producing some products. Not really a rush to sell those. But I think I will just go one more month on the large greenhouse, just to help us out so we can afford the cow pasture farm sooner. But I mean, that's going to get us at least more than halfway there. Thought about letting it run through all that water, but it's going to take a long time to use up all that water I put in there. But the water was free, so it's not like I'm losing anything there. I've already made enough money off the greenhouse, made my money back on it. Yeah, so even though I didn't want to do much grass work on this map, looks like we'll be doing some of it for the cows. And I'm still unsure if I want to go with a total mixed ration or just cut it, make hay, and do it that way. I think probably just going with hay, honestly. Only because that cow barn is going to be able to hold 1,000 cows. And there's no way the dairy production on the map can keep up with something like that. So even if hay only gets up productivity up to 80%, that's still going to be a lot of milk. And I think the dairy production is somewhere down by the grain mill. And yeah, I'll probably focus a little bit on... I think I can make yogurt in there, but I don't know if I need sugar or not. So we'll probably end up doing sugar beet. So I can make some sugar. And I need to make some... I need to get to do the sugar because I need to make sugar to get a byproduct of yeast, which I need in the bakery. And as I saw yesterday, we cannot buy yeast from the warehouse. Which is... It kind of sucks because if I could, then I would go that route. I just buy the yeast for the bakery. And yes, the bakery does have some specialized products we can make in there as well. Let me just collect on that plowing contract and we'll have a look to see if anything else has come up while I'm doing this. Because I got 2 tractors sitting around doing nothing. There's another cultivating job for $10,000. And I got a setup for it. There is a plowing contract in 24 down there. So maybe I will go do this. And after I get done with cultivating, we'll hire a worker to do that cultivating job. And I'll go down and plow this field. So I'm going to accept that contract. And then we'll accept this one as well. But we'll finish cultivating this one. Then we'll hop into the McCormick, go plow. And we'll get a worker to cultivate the other field. We're going to have buffalo, dairy cows, and goats. So I think I might put down 2 dairy productions. Not sure yet. You may want to think about 3. I mean, it all depends on how many you got. So, Crystal, I don't know if you were around for the Riverbend series, but I had like 35 dairy cattle, 35 water buffalo, and then I had like 80 goats. And 3 dairy productions barely kept up. So basically I used 1 dairy production for the milking cows, 1 for the water buffalo, another 1 for the goats. The mulcher works for getting rid of the bushes and the fences. Well, the lumberjack mod works pretty darn good. Because that's what I used yesterday, where the small farmer's kiosk I put down, I removed that shrubbery there. I just used the lumberjack mod to get rid of the stump, and it took care of everything. But yeah, either way you want to go with it. I can see myself getting rid of a lot of the hedges at some point. Well, not all the hedges, but just make more entryways into the fields. I just realized though, did I see sugar beet in Omatana's hut greenhouse? It does potatoes, but does not do sugar beet. I could see myself in the future, because I know there's achievements on Steam and through Giants where you gotta do stuff with olives and grapes. I could see where I might use the greenhouse to make olives and grapes and put them through a processing plant just to get that achievement at some point. don't get me wrong. If you enjoy doing the olives and vineyards, that's great. But I enjoy it for about 3 seasons. And then after 3 seasons, I've had enough of doing vineyard and olive orchard work. Although I'm not sure if I even... I mean, I know we did grapes on the hills of Tuscany. I'm trying to think if I did olives anywhere in 22. Now, off the top of my head, I can't think of anywhere. I may have done olives on Elm Creek when it first, when FS22 came out. I remember doing a little bit of vineyard work on No Man's Land, but I can't remember doing olives. Just saying it's much quicker than the chainsaw for those. Oh yeah, if you don't have the lumberjack mod, that'd definitely be some way to go. That's what you had on Riverbend also, multiplayer though, but on single player, gonna have to have up the 2,000 goats, 500 dairy cattle, and if on single player you're gonna have that much, yeah, you're you might actually need like 8 dairy production buildings to keep up if you want to produce all the milk into something. Because like I said, I had, what, 3 dairy productions on Riverbend for 35 milking cattle, 35 water buffalo, and 81 goats. That was 3 dairy productions, and it barely kept, you know, it kept up with it decently. With those type of numbers you're talking about there, Crystal, that's just insane. Yeah, in FS22 there was a greenhouse that did olives and grapes. What did you miss, Skender? Not a whole lot. We did find out that large greenhouse that we put down, it hasn't been up for a full month, but yes, it's going to, in 1 month time, that one greenhouse is going to produce 80,000 liters of lettuce. So that large greenhouse is going to have to go. It's not going to go just yet, but that large greenhouse does need to go, because that we'll just earn so much money off that large greenhouse. If I let it go all the way to next spring, I'll have like I don't want to say $1 million, but yeah, it's just bringing in way too much. I may replace it with one of her smaller decorative greenhouses just because I like the way it looks. You're gluten for punishment. I understand that, Crystal. I do that quite often in some of my series where people are like, why you keep doing that? That's just too painful. And it's like, I know it's painful, but when you get the reward is so beneficial, that's why you keep on going. Sometimes they're harder to think something is to do, and when you get the reward, it's just that much better. At least that's the way I kind of view it. So yeah, we got 3 contracts that we're going to do this month. This one's almost finished. Then we're going to go off and put this on a worker in the other field, and we're going to go and plow field number 24 real quick. We'll collect on those 3 contracts and go to December. Then I'll turn off the large greenhouse so it doesn't produce anymore, but we're not going to be selling the lettuce until February, I think it is. Hello, Jim. Welcome. Hoping you have a good Tuesday. Just started playing No Man's Land on 22. The goal is to have 2,000 cows, 1,000 pigs, and many, many chickens. Yeah, that's going to be quite a bit amount of work. What was I doing? I need to go find... I just got to cut right across to that field. Easy peasy, nice and easy. Yeah, the second I go in first person, what did I hit? I didn't hit nothing coming in here. There we go, broke free. Broke free, then hit another tree. Alright, so where do I enter? Where do I enter on this field? Probably down here, I'm guessing. Thing is, with this implement back behind me, it's so much wider than... Yep. Driving in first person for this. And of course, I would get AI traffic right where the light pole was, so I pulled over, now I hit the light pole. Yeah, I think I do see an entryway to this field back here. Alright, get them going on that. And now I need to go back down to almost right where I was. I plowed this field, so now I need to plow this one. No, I don't need the bigger sawmill. I'm not going to be doing... I'm just cutting down trees on our own farmland that are in the way. I'm not going to be doing anything crazy, so... I think we've done enough sawmill work the first two series. Yeah, so big equipment on this map is not going to be ideal. I mean, just getting it back to the farm, that would be fine. And just try to keep the bigger, maybe the bigger equipment around the farmyard itself. But driving around the map with it, that does not seem like it's going to work out too well. Alright, kind of getting to where the field is. Now I just need to find the entry to the field. somewhere, please? Unless I went by it and didn't see it. No, I think it's right here. Yeah, so just a couple of things about this map. It's fun trying to find the entrance to a field. And yeah, also big equipment on this map. Not saying you can't use it, but you may want to turn off AI traffic if you're going to be driving down the road with big stuff. Got a big contract in a UVA. Will be nice payout when we finish this. Hopefully at the end of the month, big guy is very happy. Well, anytime money rolls in, who isn't happy? Think I'll finish this contract before the cultivator does, possibly. Done a lot of work so far this stream, but the money is still pretty much where we started. But that large greenhouse, yeah, it's produced a lot for us, so we're going to have a lot of money here sooner rather than later. I remember a year or so ago playing on a 4x map. The goal was to have a big dairy farm. By the time it was done, you had... Wait, what? You had 32,000 cows? I remember doing, I think it was a 2,000 cow challenge in 19 with the Seasons mod. And that was a lot of work to feed those 2,000 cows. I don't even want to know how hard it was to feed 32,000 cows. Did you feed the 2,000? Oh, sorry, 2,000. Did you feed all your cows with TMR, or did you just give them hay? UVA is an arrangement between in-laws. The boys' parents pay for the house, the girls' parents pay for the inside accommodations. It's rare nowadays, but it's nice. Well, it is nice until families separate. But I mean, hopefully nothing like that happens. Maybe just turn the greenhouse on for 1 month out of the year. Nah, we're just going to sell the bit large greenhouse after I sell the lettuce. Was the auto feeder available back then? if you're asking me, when I did the 2,000 cow challenge, I did it on Griffin, Indiana, and yes, there was not like the way it is now, but something similar to it. But yeah, there was an auto feeder to the cow barn for 2,000 cattle. There was 3 of you playing, did TMR, and had the whole map centered around the cows. Okay, well, 3 people make it a lot better. But still, that's a lot of work. I can't remember, I don't remember exactly how much animals ate from 19 to 22, if it was more or less, but yeah, I had a hard time keeping up with the 2,000 cattle on Griffin, Indiana playing seasons. I do remember feeding the cows to make the TMR. For silage, I was doing corn chaff, putting it into a silo bunker, compacting it, covering it, making the silage. Of course, the straw I was getting off from wheat and barley fields and so on and so forth. And for the hay, if anyone remembers playing seasons in FS19, hay was kind of, could be challenging to make hay in FS19. It wasn't just use a tedder and you had hay, you had to wait for the grass to dry. And depending on the weather, sometimes it didn't happen. And also with the mod to where if the animals got hungry, they would die. If the animals got too old, they would die. So trying to get up to 2,000 cattle was... I think I only bought like 80 of the cows and let them reproduce that way. Don't remember the exact numbers. We didn't have an auto feeder. We used the feed lot mod that held 1,000 each, and we had a mod that handled the silage for the TMR easily. Still, that's a lot of work and a great accomplishment for 3 people to keep up with 32,000 cows. Did you also have the automatic selling feature for the milk where it sold it like every day, like at 6 a.m., 6 p.m.? I would guess Robert may not make the stream because since I start early, an hour earlier, that also means I probably finish an hour earlier than usual. And if he does show up, it's within like it used to be within like the last 20 or 30 minutes, so. Do I remember Farming Simulator 15 and 17? Well, of course I do. I even remember Farming Simulator 13. 13 is when I started playing. You had 4 chaff harvesters every 2 months in game. So were you playing? You must have been. So you had seasons turned off, so you could do corn every 2 months, or how was that going? Used tankers and had to empty it every day. I can imagine. I would have thought you would have to empty it more than once a day with that many cows and producing milk. Alright, so we just got to wait for this other cultivating contract to finish up. And we'll collect on the contracts and we'll go to December. And probably December, January, February, we're going to not really do any farm work, just sell stuff. Oh, Sam. I just ran over Sam, kind of. Sam kind of blends in with this dirt pattern. Let's get this lime spreader back in here. Alright, so my other greenhouses, do they need... I think they're good for another month, but... Yeah, this greenhouse here will stop production next month. I will let it run one more month, just to help us a little bit more. But then that's going to have to go. As I wait for that to fill, let me check something out on my other screen here. It's kind of interesting with some games. When you tab off the game, some games the sound will continue to play on OBS, and other games will not. But it's just the way it is, I suppose. Yeah, I'm hoping to get more. I was talking yesterday about a game that I can't really say the name of the game. I can kind of say a few things about it, but without giving it away because of NDAs and all that kind of stuff. But on the 15th of March, I think we can talk about it. I'll get more information on it. It's kind of like a Transport Fever kind of game. And no, it's not Transport Fever 3. But anyone that likes Transport Fever, there's a game coming out sometime soon that's kind of like that. Alright, we full of water yet? Oh, almost perfect timing. Turn around. You got 20 tractors. I don't think I've ever played with that many tractors before. I don't think I've even had like 10. Actually, you know what? You can stay right here. And let me go ahead and look at... Whoop, that was where I wanted to be. Now, let's get rid of the worker. And looks like we just got to do the headland, and that's all we have to do. I want to say the most tractors I probably have had is maybe six, seven on a farm. I mean, I'm not counting harvesters as tractors, but I mean, if you're talking tractors like this Case Quad, the McCormick, the JCB, although I don't own this, but yeah, like 6 or 7 tractors at most. I think we on fresh stocks I had 4. We had the John Deere 9RX, we had the New Holland T8, the Fendt 728, and was it a Massey Ferguson? Yeah, it was a Massey Ferguson 7S, I think. Well, it's one thing. I mean, you can have 20 tractors on a farm because it's a game and you can play the game as you see to have fun. Because some people do like the option of just using a different tractor every time. So having the option of just hopping into whatever tractor you want. And if he's has a farm like we had on fresh stocks, where he earned $6 million throughout the winter, may just have tons of money and nothing to do with it. I even forgot. I think this contract here pays $10,000. I forgot what the other two pay. But probably $25,000 in contracts we got to collect. So we should be somewhere like 75, 80 grand here in just a few minutes. You only got 14 million in your bank. I would have moved on to another map at that point because I can't stand just having that much money in the bank and not really nothing to spend it on. Wait, am I only at 97% done here? 98. Oh, there we go. I was going to say, I got to go around and find all the others parts I missed, but we got it all. Contracts. So yeah, 10,183 for that one. That's the field we were just in. Plowing paid us 6,696, and the first field we did is going to pay us 12,136. Yes, we're up to 81,000. Oh, there is a nice square baler in the sale page, but I got to hold back on it. I would like a square baler. But yeah, I got to hold off on that. Yeah, let's go ahead and go on home. We'll visit that. And yeah, how are we doing? Currently on lettuce, yeah, that money is just going to keep going up and up. But we got like $152,000 worth of lettuce if we sell it in February. But we're ready to sleep through the night. And we're going to let that greenhouse go one more month. Yeah, we should be all set. Great to see someone working on this map. One of your favorite maps so far on FS25. It's a nice map, that's for darn sure. I'm starting to get used to it. I'm kind of more used to more open roads and such things like that, but just got to get used to it is all. Yeah, so now I got $250,000 worth of lettuce. So, yeah, it's pretty much time to, I do believe, not sell the greenhouse, but turn off that production. Oh, sure, now you come up for sale. I just bought that trailer just a little while ago. I mean, the trailer was only $20,000, but still. Oh, I didn't check on the Sawmill. How are we doing here? Still got 7,000 liters of wood. Why is that not taken? Is that, you tell me there's too much wood here and it can't take what it has? Guess so, because it took some. What does this sawmill hold? Yeah, it probably holds like 12, 14,000. What's the top truck in USA? That's kind of like a loaded question. I don't know if there's really a top truck. It would all depend on what you're using the trucks for. Yeah, so this greenhouse, we're going to deactivate the lettuce because yeah, it's just too much. It is way too much. Although, like I said, we got like $250,000 worth of lettuce now, which is great. Don't get me wrong. When do I sell the flour? The flour gets sold in January. All right. And all the wood stuff is fine. So let's see. I got to go into here. That's contracts. Open air greenhouse. And deactivate. So everything should be turned. The only thing to turn on was the lettuce. So yeah, we'll sell this once I sell all the lettuce in February. So, but these greenhouses, the ones we used before, those are fine. Those aren't killing us too much. Although they are going to need some liquid fertilizer. So how much liquid fertilizer a piece do they need? Okay, so not quite 3,000. So we'll just say 2,500 a piece. So like 7,500 liters. About 7,500 liters of liquid fertilizer is what we need. Alright, liquid fertilizer. About 7,500 liters, please. Close enough. Drop that in. And drop that in. That's good to go. Now just bring it back over here and start topping it off with water again. Yeah, I don't think I want to do too much throughout the winter months. But we'll just have a peak. So, yeah, cultivating jobs, we did that all but plowing for $19,000. I got to take the $19,000 contract. I just have to. But I think what we'll do is we'll send a worker on plowing that. And while that's going on, we'll take the JCB down with the flatbed. And we'll get the flour on the grain mill loaded onto the trailer. And we'll get ready for selling that in January or maybe even now. What's the price of flour currently? $834. Oh, is that it? I think it might be at its peak now. $834 flour. Is the price going up elsewhere? Yeah, price is going up and down. So depending on what you're looking at. Small Farmers Kiosk is where I want to sell it, and that price is going up. Alright, so where's that contract? Okay, I don't... let's see. Down the road. Make sure I'm going the right way. Down the road, all the way around. And then it's got to find my way in here. So yeah, just gonna let this one contract roll along while we go ahead and just take care of things around the farmyard. Some morning fog and some morning snow. I'm guessing the traffic does 30 miles an hour on this map, so I'm slowly gaining on them. It's going to take me like 5 minutes to pass them, though. Unless I kind of cut them off a little bit like you do in ATS or ETS2 and the traffic kind of slows down. Yep, they stopped. Let me just bring up the mini map so I can kind of see. I haven't been down this part of the map enough to get a feel of where I'm at. I may have still gone... nope, still going the correct way. Just want to make sure. Yesterday I was talking about how to make yeast. I was looking at available productions and ran across yeast as a byproduct in a sugar mill. Yeah. We did see that. Well, I was kind of thinking I was going to get into this field. Sorry, I just had a brain fart there for a second. I started driving on the right-hand side. I need to be on the left-hand side. Alright, they should do just fine. Alright, we're going to take care of the greenhouses again, top them off with water. Not the large one, just the glass greenhouses. And then we'll go down to the grain mill, and I'm kind of hoping I can grab all the flour. So I don't know how much I got down there. Where is this tractor made? Probably in a factory. But I'm guessing if you're asking about the McCormick, I want to say it's probably just a U.S. based tractor, if I had to guess. But don't hold it to me because I don't know. I've never seen a McCormick tractor before. Alright, let's go down to the grain mill. I think I know my way well enough to get to the grain mill. I think. Been there twice. Snow and fog, that's a good combo. Snow, fog, and sunlight is a great combo. McCormick was brought to the game Farming Simulator in 22. I used it a couple times, but I'm not sure exactly where it's produced. I'm like that sometimes in real life. If I have been in ATS a lot, then need to drive on the left side. I'm pretty sure I'm going to get caught driving on the right side often on this one. Although I do drive down the middle of the road when I think there's no AI traffic on the road. I'll drive down the center because these roads are kind of, at least to me, they're narrow. Alright, here is the grain mill. At least we got some area to turn around here. Like I said, I have no idea how many pallets are actually here. Well, I think that's going to be it. Just scoot these a little bit closer. And we gotta go bring these back to the farm. I'm not gonna sell them yet because we're looking for the price at the small farmer's kiosk to be at its best. And I should have my beacons on, by the way. McCormick's are made in northern Italy. Well, alright then, I was way off. I was way off on the McCormick. Now the only thing is, no, I got them strapped in so they won't sell. I was thinking I put the small farmer's kiosk right on the road going up to the farm, but as long as I got the material strapped in, it should not sell. So if I accidentally drive over it before I want to sell it, it should not sell if it's strapped in, I think. Not exactly an Italian name. No, it's not. Well, the one thing I do have to double check, I know in Penier I had the snow mask activated, but I don't know if I got the snow mask activated for this one. So we did end up with 25,000 liters of flour, which is not too bad. Now let me just see if I got the snow mask activated. Snow on. Yeah, so we're good. Well, I'm all set, so now we just got to... well, it's really hard to see where you've been. Well, I was wondering what's going on. I left the time scale at times 30. Okay, I better check. Better check the price on flour. Where was I? Oh, I was on flour. Small farmer's kiosk, 8.15 and rising. Well, why that's going on, is there anything else I should be doing? I think I'll just do something, I would say, kind of simple. But I got a funny feeling this is going to be hard to do on this map. But let's give it a try. Deadwood contract, number tree 7. Let's see if I can find these trees. So face north. Well, I see one of them right there. Can I climb this? Like a mountain goat. Let's cut the tree this way so it falls over the edge. And if I face north, that's usually where the markers face south. So if you're looking north, it should be easier to see them. Although if I look here, I can probably see Wait, is that how the tree fell? Oh, did it get hung up in another tree? Oh, that'd be a pain to get out of there. Oh, I saw a marker somewhere through the trees there. Well, just looking for the dead trees up around here. Is Omatana's outdoor garden a 25 row? We could have a look to see how many rows it is. Wait, which way is north on this map? There we go. That is north. Well, we found one of 7. Probably if I turn off the chainsaw, that's usually when I find the next tree. Should have known that these trees are going to be pretty well clumped together. It might be hard to find the 7 trees. If I cancel the contract, it's not that big of a deal, but I didn't feel like plowing that field. Oh, there's another one. Looks like I'm outside the boundary. Fresh stalks was real easy to find the trees because the trees were spread out more. There's the third one. The original McCormick was in Virginia in 1831. Did you know them personally, or? Where, oh where are the other trees? Just looking for the markers. I was also curious to see, maybe going through the woods, maybe I find like a collectible. Maybe they're hidden in the woods and no one's looked in the woods yet, but... Passed well on the hillside. It's one of those things where by the time you type it, because I'm like 40 seconds into the future on you. I was like, first off, I didn't know what that was. I'm like, what's that down there? It's a deer. If you hear the audio cutting out every once in a while as I'm running around the forest, I hear it too. Alright, there's another one. It seems like these might all be on the edge. Seems like I'm finding them all on the edge. And a couple of them are out of the boundary markers, it seems like. So now I'm just kind of also looking for the dead branches. It's not a woodpecker, it's a pterodactyl. That's what I think it is. Alright, so we're back at the beginning where I cut down the first tree. Wait, what was that? Is that a dead tree? No, it's not a dead tree. But I'll take a peek. Nope, no marker on that one. Gonna walk a little bit more on the boundary marker just because we had a couple trees on the outside markers. I think I got 3 more trees to find. There's one. No, dinosaurs are not gone. They're living underground. There's an underground world where dinosaurs live. And one day they will return. And technically dinosaurs aren't gone because there are some creatures that are part of the dinosaur world that are still here. Yeah, these deadwood contracts are definitely not worth it for the time you spend looking for the trees on maps like this, to where the forest is so dense like me. It's kind of hard to find them. There was one on Penye, and luckily that's a recorded series. I think it took me like 20 minutes to find. Well, I don't think I found it off camera. I think I remember coming back saying I can't find that one tree, and then I was recording and I was like, oh, then I found it within an instant. Trying to find it the legit way. Oh, someone just turned the light switch off. It's going to be harder to see. Let me just go into fly mode for a bit. See if I can find the tree a little bit quicker. Although it's kind of hard this time of the year because everything is... I mean, all the leaves are gone off a lot of trees, so it's going to be kind of hard to see. Like I said, I don't mind if I got to cancel the contract. I'm just waiting for that plowing contract to finish up, and also waiting for that flower price to be up a little bit higher. Just a lot of dead trees around here. Not dead trees, but the foliage has come off them because it's winter time. I'm going further than I think I have to, because you just never know I always find one or two once in a while outside the boundary. For a minute I thought I saw one, but that's one I've already cut down. How's that flour contract, or not, sorry, it's contract, but price looking like? Small Farmers Kiosk 816. Oh, I'm only running at ×2 speed, so it's probably not going to change too much. Even in flight mode, I'm having a hard time seeing it, but then again, it is a little dark out at this point. Wait, what's... I mean, I thought I saw it, but it's just a regular tree with no foliage on it. Yeah, the plowing contract's not going to be that much longer. There's that pterodactyl. Alright, let's go ahead and I'm just going to cancel that contract. I don't feel like, I know it's only one more tree, but it's not that big of a deal. Let's drop out of the sky. We'll see how our worker's doing. Yeah, so this will pay us $20,000. The flour should give us $21,000, and in February, currently, we're looking at $250,000, but it's going to be more than that because we are selling at a small farmers kiosk, 20% bonus on it. Same with the flour, but I mean, that's probably going to bring it up to like $25,000 on the flour, but this is going to be the huge one, of course. And then, yeah, we'll sell the large greenhouse and probably put down a smaller one of our greenhouses just to see, because I like the way it looks, and maybe we can just produce something else out of it. New map is PC only. Yeah, I think it's a 4... I think it might be a 4 times map, or it might be... Might be thinking of a different modded map. Yeah, more and more maps are coming out every other day, it seems like, giving people more choices to play on. Alright, so you're going to do the headlands now for us? Yeah, I wasn't planning on doing any contracts in December, January, February, but a $20,000 contract for plowing, it's hard to pass up. But by the time we sell that lettuce, we're not going to get up to the 440,000, I think it is, for that property. Let's see, farmland. Okay, 420,000. But we're going to be getting rather close. Actually, let me get rid of the worker, because when they get to the corners on this field, it's going to take them a while. But if I do it, we can just zip around a little bit quicker. Seems like it's been snowing quite a bit here in December, but the snow is not accumulating. Man, between the fog and the snow, it's getting to be a little bit too much to be seeing what I'm doing. I got you guys on a dinosaur topic all because I said the woodpecker was a pterodactyl. %. I might leave this tractor here until we get some daylight time and I can drive it back. Alright, but the field contract is done. So 19,633. Alright, let's get back to... Oh, looks like the snow is accumulating across the map, just taking a moment to get on down, but it's not going to take as long as Fresh Stocks does. Alright, so I'm going to speed up some time, because I'm looking to watch the price on the farmer's kiosk. So, 816. And yeah, since we're early in the series, definitely going to keep track for the best time. If it was like late in the series, like Fresh Stocks, where I had loads of money, I'd be like, yeah, who cares? Today's your last day off from work. Well, work does help you pay the bills, right? 821 on the flour. 821 on the flour. That might be the best I'm going to get on the flour. 821. 822, so it's still going up. I don't trust the up and down arrows too much on the financial page. Still 822. 821. Price is going down. Alright, let's go sell this flour. And here's our small farmer's kiosk. Alright, so 24,000 is what I got for that. So we're up to 108,000. That's pretty darn good. How we doing in the mill? Make sure that we got enough wood to get through the night, which we do. Well, technically we're in January, but we're going to sleep until morning anyways. We're going to sleep until 9. And I'm not checking the sales page just because I don't want to be tempted to buy anything when I'm trying to save up for more land. Do I dare look at contracts? Probably got to pass an hour before we see anything. Let's see what the lettuce is doing. Lettuce price is... it says February. But the price is showing it as going down. But the price is going up to small farmers kiosk. Let's grab the... Yeah, let's grab you. And we'll bring you back to the farmyard. That car came out of nowhere. Well, not really. It just came from this direction here. Yep, so next up is the lettuce. Why is that car stopped in the middle of the road? And now they're going. Not sure what they stopped for. Looks like more snow in the forecast. I don't know if anyone's done research on the big and small farmers kiosk. But I think someone said yesterday that the large farmers kiosk, big farmers kiosk, whatever it's called, does not give the 20% bonus. And now we're in the snowy north end of Riverview. We'll enter here. Yeah, so I got to figure out, once I do sell this large greenhouse, I put in like one of her smaller ones. When springtime comes, I got to figure out if I want to put in the oat field there or not. Probably will. All right, small farmers kiosk. We're still on lettuce. Watching that price rise. It's at $10.97. What's the high price for lettuce? $11.18 it says. All right, let's see if I can get up to $11.18 at the small farmers kiosk. $11.01. Do I need to do anything with my greenhouses today? I think they're all set for another month. $11.04. I really don't want to be selling in the dark again, because I got a lot to move. $11.06. But I think I'll be selling in the dark again. So, but at least we don't have that far to go. $11.08. Yeah, but the thing is also, it doesn't show the 20% bonus you're getting here either. So you may say, well, there's other prices that look better, but it's not showing the 20% bonus. $11.10. $11.11. I doubt I'm going to get to the morning of February, but we might do. $11.12. If I get the prices like the other ones do, like $11.31 or something like that, that'd be great. Nice to watch the moon go across the sky and have some stars up there as well. 11.12. Sorry, yeah, well, 1,112. And the up arrow is now gone, but that doesn't mean the price still won't go up. No, it's going down. All right, let's slow down time. And let's hop into the JCB. At least it's not snowing and cloudy out and not extremely dark. So it's going to be a few trailer loads. Guess we'll top off the trailer with a large greenhouse. But this is going to get us up to like the upper 300,000, like maybe 350, 375, somewhere around there possibly. I don't think I'll take any more. Nope, that's a full load. Alright, load number one, which was worth $56,000. And this is the first time we've sold lettuce since putting down these greenhouses. I think that's all it's going to spawn out of there, which seems about right. Oh, someone did ask how many rows the greenhouse is. And so we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 times 2. 16 by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Can't count that far because it's hard to see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Right? Did I count that right? 8 by 16. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 by 16 is what I would call it. Yeah, but this greenhouse is way OP, and this is on hard economy too. That what we're getting. I'm going to have more lettuce in that one greenhouse than what we got in the other 3 combined. Alright, last of these greenhouses, we'll move on to the large one. Alright, so this trailer load should get us up to 250,000, which was kind of my goal for today's stream, but we got a lot more than that to sell. But I was just going by what those greenhouses would produce. I didn't know I was going to be putting down this one today. Yeah, we will be getting rid of the greenhouse once I sell everything, but it's been turned off. Even though it's here, there's nothing, it hasn't been running for a month and a half or whatever. No! Well, there's some interest. Rolling over. Taking that corner the same way all 3 times, just about. The size of rollover then. Now we just let that greenhouse run for about a month and a half. And then turned it off. Good chance I'm going to roll over again. I wonder if it's the snow and the ground deformation that is making it more likely that I'll tip over. And now it's starting to rock a lot more when I come off that little knoll. Try that without super strength? No, because that'll be just a waste of time, because that's not going to happen without super strength. Well, there's $318,000, so another $100,000 more. And honestly, I might get there, because when I sell that greenhouse, that's probably going to bring me back in. I think it was $50,000 for it, so I should sell it for like $25,000. We're going to be awfully close. Boy, the lights with an empty flatbed just glare off that too much. Is that it in that greenhouse? Oh no, I still got like 70. Okay. I still got a lot of pallets there. Yeah, we got a lot of lettuce. Plus that 20% bonus from the small farmer's kiosk. I think we'll be buying the cow barn here very soon. I got like another trailer there. We're getting like $50,000 per trailer, so... Yep, there's 370. Going too fast? I'm not going that well. It's just the ground deformation and the angle that we're going at is making the trailer do what it does when we go over the hill. I say hill. It's a tiny little knoll. That might be it. I don't want to say that might be it because that was quite a lot. Yeah, I'm glad I didn't put the seed and fertilizer in there because then it would have felt obligated to let that run through. To use up the seed and fertilizer. But this here is going to get us just about enough money to buy the cow barn. But I'm still going to be selling that greenhouse anyways. And that's enough money. We needed 422. Now let me park this over here. Turn those lights off because that's just reflecting too much off that trailer. Make sure the other greenhouses have enough to run, but... Oh yeah, they're fine. They're fine. This one here, though, let's go ahead and sell that right now. A CR11 Combine's for sale. And the Bednar is for sale. Of course it is. Doesn't matter. What was I doing? Construction. So yeah, we'll sell that. I mean, we got more than our money out of it, so... And yeah, let's go ahead and... You know, I'm going to hold off onto the cow barn just for a second. Let's get to the morning hours. And we'll sleep till 8 because we're into March at this point. And yeah, the snow, oh, it's still 25 degrees out, so the snow is not going to quite melt, I don't think. Not yet, anyways. Oh, I'm in February. Oh, yeah, because I went past midnight because I'm a moron. Yeah, we're still in February. Let's see what the Sawmill is doing. 5,000. Why is that not taken? Those limbs can't be more than 5,000. Okay, now it just all disappeared. It all disappeared. Okay. Do I want... what's the lettuce? How much lettuce do I got this morning? $9,000 worth. Probably just hang on to it for now. Well, we'll buy the property, because if I keep going on through the night, I may lose some cash from loan interest. 422,208, we're going to buy that. And that just opens up a lot of things to us. So, not only do we have cows, and the good thing is they do got some meadow grass and food to get through. Their health is good. Wait, does it show? That shows milk. This barn does not show milk. So I may have to switch over. Let me visit that cow barn. So that may not be... I thought they were both going to have milk options, but maybe not. I don't know if I got to have a dairy cow in it. Yeah, it shows milk right here. Yeah, so it shows the milk icon here. Yeah, that's where we get the milk from. What does this do? That's probably where the straw goes in. And of course, this is where we would feed the cattle. So the beef cattle, I'm probably just going to sell. Here is the manure extension, so we will get manure out of there at some point. Right here. So what did the dairy... sorry, what did the 2,500, like I got told that they would be. Productivity is at 0. What's their health up to, though? A 100%. So, yeah, probably just... I'm going to sell those 20 cattle right now. Oh, no, wait, I got to be in here. And then out. So, yeah, these cattle here, just want to sell those. That's $48,000 worth. I'll sell those. One's dairy and one steer. I know that's the way the map's set up, but this barn does have the milk icon here. I'm sure the reason why it doesn't show milk because there's no dairy cows in there. If I were to... It's only $1,000, so we're going to buy one. And now, see, now it does show milk. And just to be sure, the other one shows milk as well. It just didn't show milk because there's no dairy cows in there. But now when I got a dairy cow in there, the milk icon shows up. So yeah, we can shift our dairy cows over here. And I'm going to keep those beef cattle until they grow up and we'll sell them. But what I want to do, or need to do, is I need to move the other beef cows over to this pen and then sell the other pen, which is like $265,000 worth there. I got to learn my way around this area here. Kind of hard when there's snow on the ground. Okay, so we do come up through here. Yeah, we got plenty of sheds. Wait, where's my chicken pen? I gotta get used to the layout here. Oh, this is a bale and pallet storage area. Oh, good. I got a place to put my my straw bales. So here's our chickens, and we got 140 chickens out of 2,000. We do have some food in there, but not a whole lot, and I don't have nothing to feed them, so the chickens may go a little bit hungry. It says there's eggs here. Do I have access to those? Because I didn't own them when they were laying the eggs. I wonder if I got access to those. And here's the other cow barn. But I need to transfer those over. So let's go ahead and we are going to lease an animal trailer because I don't have any other way to move them over. Animal transport. And this would do 6 cows. And we're just going to go ahead and lease it for $1,200. And we'll use the Massey Ferguson. We'll use the McCormick to move those cows over. So I was not expecting to go this far today, but Omatana's greenhouse surprised me with how much it made. But that's why we went ahead and sold it. It's just too much. But I may put down another one of her greenhouses where it doesn't produce as much. I think I'll go with one of the decorative ones. Yeah, let's get those dairy cattle moved over to the other pen, or the cow barn. We'll sell the barn that they're in. And that field that's going to become vacant where they were, I'm going to make that into a grass field, and that's where we'll get our silage from and also our hay from to feed the cows. I'll also show you the production that we kind of get along with buying that land. There is a production building on there. But I want to get these cows moved first. So even even after buying the land for $420,000, after I sell the cow barn, I'm going to be back up to $300,000. That rooster looks delicious. Let's cross the fence. Leave the chickens alone, especially the rooster. I just want one rooster. And the rest all hens. So those bales, I can take them, put those into storage now. I don't know if I need this many sheds, but they're here. Let's see, where do I need to go? Is the trigger on the other side? That's unfortunate. Is that a work trigger in there? I also got a fuel area up here as well. I got to get used to my new farmyard. Yes, and then I don't know how many I can take. 6. Move to trailer. Move to trailer. So it's going to be about 4 trips. Are they in there? Yep, they're in there. I would assume the manure trigger should work. Wait, where's the one here? It's here. Oh, it's around the other side. It should work. That should be close enough. All right, and then... Six, move to husbandry. All right, so they should be roaming around that field now. Oh, I can just go back around down this way. Oh, that's nice. I just don't need 2 cow barns that can hold 1,000 cows apiece. Well, we'll find out soon enough, because I can bring the straw up if they don't have enough straw in there already. Oh, wait a minute. This brings me up to the... No, don't want to go here. That brings me up to the farmhouse, which we now own a farmhouse. Who put that tree there? I'm going to get lost in my new farmyard very easily. The way the cows are shaking and rolling back there, it's going to be making some milkshakes. Move to husbandry. Yes, please. All right, got a few more to move here, a few more trips. More up here than I thought there was. I did not know there was a bale pallet storage area. There we go. How much you got per 1,000 lettuce? It's 3,000 on easy. I think it's like 1,100. I got paid like 1,100 on hard economy for lettuce. All right, Skender. Enjoy the rest of your evening. And appreciate you being here, and hopefully we'll catch you tomorrow. And what we got? Just 2 more. Move the trailer. Alright. Once these 2 are out of the trailer, we'll return the trailer. We'll sell this cow barn. Seems like there's just too many sheds up here, though. But I'd rather keep them and have too much, and rather than sell them, have to put them back in afterwards. Why is that trigger? Why do I got to pull up this far? There we go. Okay, so I should have 21 Holsteins in here. 21 because I bought one. Yep, so they're good to go. So vehicles, leased items, that trailer can now go back. All right, let's go down to the other cow barn. We're going to sell that one. So into construction, just make sure I'm at the correct one. I don't think it would let me sell it if the cows were there. Enter demolish mode is what I got to do, and then click on that barn. Do you want to sell cow barn large for $253,862? Yes, I do. Not only that, I want to sell this for $12,240. I don't need a manure pit there. And that gives me a whole bunch of space to do stuff. So, yeah, this we're going to make into a grass field. Because right now I'm pretty sure it's just like meadow grass. Yeah, it's just plain meadow grass, so there's no grass here. So I'll have to dig it up and plant grass, and that's where we get our silage and hay from. All right, Michael, thanks for being here as well. Appreciate you, and hopefully we'll see you tomorrow. Enjoy your Wednesday. Yeah, so up here now we got ourselves a farmhouse. Can't go in it though. But there's our sleep trigger. And there's our, I think we can customize ourselves a wardrobe. I'm not sure if I should keep it or sell it or do what with it. I'm not sure what I want to do with that yet. Actually, how much, if I were to sell that, demolish mode, I could get almost $120,000 for that house. But I think I should keep it. I don't want to be getting... We got enough money as it is already, but I still need a lot of money, don't get me wrong. But at the same time, I don't want to get way too much early on, because then it'll kind of ruin how we're progressing here, so don't want to do that. But if we come up here now... So we got this building right here, which is a production building. And now we should be able to see that in here. I think it's called Farm Productions. So we can make diesel. I know it says make digestate, but there's other way. Let me scroll down here. We can see the recipe there. So of course we can bring slurry to make digestate, manure, silage. For diesel, it's canola, water, and methane. Electric charge, we can make methane into electric charge. To make hay, of course, it's just grass in the hay. We can do herbicide, which is just digestate, slurry, manure, methane, and water. We can make lime by bringing stones up here in water. We can make liquid fertilizer. We can actually make manure from just plain straw. We can do mineral feed if we wanted to. Pig food, but we're not having pigs here. We can make our own seed. Silage you can do from grass, chaff, and hay. We can make our own silage additive. We can make slurry. Solid fertilizer. We can actually make cut sugar beet in here. And of course we can make TMR. So basically I think what we're going to do Good night, John. Thanks for being here as well. Appreciate you. And yeah, I'm not too far from wrapping up either, so you're not going to miss too much. I may just go on to the beginning of March, and that's about it. But just showing off what the farm has to offer. But yeah, for feeding our cows, we're just going to make that other cow pasture, the grass field, going to cut it, put it into there, and make some hay and feed the cows some hay. And that is all we're going to be doing with that. So, yeah, we're going to get ourselves some more. As for the chickens, well, I don't really have any way to feed the chickens. Just going to have to wait until harvest season, where we do got a barley field. There's some other things around here as well. I think I can possibly buy, like, maybe seed and fertilizer from these places. I'm not sure I would need those because I got Omatana's hut, so I may sell those just to make space. But we got plenty of space to put our tractors and equipment in up here. So the farmyard can kind of move, and the other shed we got down below, I could just keep like the water tanker and stuff like that in it for the greenhouses. What is, what is this for? That's for making seed, I guess. Or buying seed. I can buy seed from that. So I may get rid of that and just keep using the hut, I suppose. Now we got access to all this. Oh, it's not one full... Oh, it's separate sheds. Yep. Yeah, so sheds, don't need to be buying those. So buying this property, I mean, for $440,000, I mean, and then selling the cow barn, definitely got our money's worth out of it. So we can buy a seed over there. This is buying herbicide. And wait, was there a trigger one over here? That's for herbicide. I'm guessing this might be for lime or liquid fertilizer. What's this one for? That's for lime. And yeah, I can put diesel in up here. I'm pretty sure I can just buy diesel and put it in here. 10,000 liters for 16,000. That's the best way to fill that up, I guess. Is this a... Yeah, this looks like it might be a work area. So, yeah, it says no vehicles in trigger. I don't know where the trigger is, though. Is the trigger over here? Have no idea if the trigger's there. It might be just out here. The trigger could be underneath the snow. Or I may actually have to drive in here, but we'll find out sooner rather than later. But yeah, definitely a lot farther than I thought we'd get today. And yeah, I think, I mean, it's going to help us out not having to do as many contracts, which is fine doing, but yeah, it's more fun working on your own farm, of course. And we'll get to be doing that next time. I think with the amount of money I have, of course, I do got to buy some like mowing stuff. And I did see something about, and I may have to look for it, but I think the Big Crone M is out there with a PTO shaft on the back of it. And I think that's something I may want to go ahead and do. Actually, how much is a Big Crone M? Because that'd be a big mower and a big expense. It's probably more than what I got for money right now, so... Yeah, $468. This does not have the PTO shaft on the back, I don't think. No, it doesn't. So, yeah, I don't have the money. I'm probably better off buying maybe just these mowers here. Because that is a 12.3 meter wide mower. Along with its little friend. 250 horsepower. I think our McCormick can handle that. For the time being. Yeah, I probably have to go that route. And then maybe buy a field. I don't know how much these fields are. Oh, that's 402,000. 134. Yeah, we'll have to see. But yeah, so tomorrow. We'll get to March. And I think we'll put down one of Omatana's small greenhouses down there. Where it doesn't produce as much. Maybe plant some oats in that field that's right there. Then also get up here and tear up this field and plant some regular grass. So we can go ahead and harvest that. and we'll have a way to feed our cows. The chickens, like I said, are just gonna have to wait, and then we'll see where we spend our money. Of course, maybe mowers in the future, and see where we go with there. But 340,000 is not a bad place to be currently right now after buying that property. But I mean, after 2 days, I think I'm further along than I would like to be. I think we advanced kind of too quick in that. I don't know, but I think it'll give us more to do on our own farm. We want to do as many contracts, so yeah, I think it's not bad. But also, I feel like we may advance maybe a little bit too quick. I don't know. We'll see. We'll just have to see how it goes, and we'll find out tomorrow. But yeah, anyways, I think that's where we're gonna wrap it up for today. Before we get into March and into another farming season, so it'd be a good place to wrap it up here. If you're still here, appreciate you being here and joining me on a Tuesday for some farming fun. If you haven't done so already, hitting that thumbs up button at the bottom screen will help you out more than you know. Thumbs down buttons there as well. You can hit that, but if you do, leave a comment as to why, so I make the streams better for you next time. And if you're new here, you might want to think about hitting that subscribe and notification bell so you don't miss some more content like this. Just a reminder, I did put out an episode of Peña earlier today, so if you didn't get a chance to see that and you want some more farming fun, maybe go check that out. Had a pretty good day on that farm there. That is for darn sure. Yeah, I'll be back tomorrow, same starting time like always. And yeah, I appreciate y'all being here. And yeah, hopefully I will see you tomorrow. But until then, have a good one.